Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Live here at Ted's home, Ted HQ, RAF Coningsby. How we doing? Thought I'd do me perimeter checks nice and early. Listen to that pretty little plane, isn't it? Yeah. Do me perimeter checks early. Got to do these things, you know. Got to look after the place. I'm RAF Ted there now. You know what is there now? Hey Reggie, how you doing, Reggie? I'm alright, Reggie. How are you? Yeah, I'm alright right now. Hey Reggie, what's up, Reggie? Hey, listen, did you eat that leftover KFC bucket in the fridge? Oh no, Reggie, I had it on the sofa. Yeah. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna buy you a fridge. Alright, why's that then? Well, every time you open the fridge, I like to see your face lit up, innit? Oh, that's very good, isn't it? Oh, that's very good, Reggie. I know, Reggie, you know it is. Oh, that's a bit beefy, innit? We need one of them. I know. It's all good. Yeah, that's good, that. Right, let's go then. Fitness regime. Yeah, fitness. Look, where's the moon gone? I don't know. Maybe it's doing its beauty regime. That's why it's a bit shy. Beauty regime. Yeah. Yeah, it waxes once a month. Right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby. Welcome to the show. Typhoons on startup. Welcome to the show. And welcome to Ted's home. Started off without Ted. Started with Reggie's there. Always up to mischief. No wonder the Reggies have gone. Here comes the boss. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian, and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. This is his home. Off he goes. So the Typhoons have just started up with their EJ200 engines. Oh yes. Coningsby is home to 5 Typhoon squadrons, a mix of schooling, policing, frontline, combat ready,
test and evaluated the latest and greatest. Also with 2 display teams as well, the RAF's Typhoon display team and also the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. 5 Typhoon squadrons in total. Number 29, the OCU. Number 12, the Joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. Number 41, the Test and Evaluation Squadron. And 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 Fighter and number 11 Fighter, all with their own history. You know the drill, you know the routine. You've been cleared to start on the like button. As part of your checks, make sure you've done your checklist, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't done so, notification bell button on, and share if you care. If you'd like to share it on your socials, then please do to support the channel. Let's ride. Welcome to the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. Also, Coningsby's home to Ted's cadets, number 17 ATC, Air Training Corps, the Air Cadets of Coningsby, number 17. A big shout out to them, the future gen. And welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby, built on the 4th of November 1940. First squadron to arrive, 106, the Handley Page Hamdens on the 23rd of February of 1941. And today, since the 19th of May 2005, this has been operating at Coningsby. Typhoons powered by 2 EJ200 engines. Dry thrust each, 13,500 pounds of thrust, but with reheat, just over 20,000 pounds of thrust. 20,200 to be exact. A airframe that weighs just 24,000 pounds with a max thrust of 40,400 or so. It's got a 1.2 to 1 thrust to weight ratio, get in, which makes it a very excellent maneuverable fighter. It is a multi-role fighter as well. You can put it in any configuration in flight as well. Not many can do that. Not many aircraft can actually do that. Hence the FGR4. F for fighter, G for ground attack, R for reconnaissance. How you doing? Hope you're well, girl. Thanks a lot for the support there. Big thank you to you. David Duff as well, thank you for your continued membership. Babs, gifting and making new Ted Coningsby members. Thank you so much, members. It really, really helps the channel funded and supported like that. Thank you so much. They are using runway 07. Welcome to the show, show, ladies and teddy bears. Hope you're all good and well. You never know, we might get lucky and see Dragon up as well. We may get lucky, who knows? Now, for those that go to air shows and see fighters performing a flat display, don't forget, a flat display, if you think about it, it's in a lot more contained tank and airspace, which actually means that the pilot is actually pulling 9 Gs a lot longer, pulling more Gs than normal in the full display, because there's a lot more airspace, and the display is actually contained in a smaller space, if that makes sense. So if we do see this display, maybe Dragon will be performing a flat display. I don't think I've seen a flat display yet from Dragon 01, which that's the call sign for this year's RAF Typhoon display pilot, which is Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation. Shout to my spanners, Spanner Flight, how we doing? We look after the chat room 24/7, and you're probably thinking 24/7, that's right, they do look after the Discord, members only Discord server. So it's very, very, very amazing what they do. Thank you very much for serving Ted like that. It's a wonderful thing. So lots of startups that we can hear. We can see lots of canopies up. There's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At least 7 canopies up, which is all good. All good, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. Time for a bit of Ted HQ. You know how it is. Welcome to the show. Batter Purple, Graham, Robert, Aryan, Dawn Hobson, Davey, Paul Paint Shop, Perez, Mattman Bush, Aryan. How we all doing? Karen, Glenn, Captain A, and Gregory. Batter Purple, Luke, how you doing? Darren, Harwood, Carl Leons, Babsar, Derek, Alan Q. How are we doing? Are we all to you? Welcome to the show. Lots more joining us. Let's ride. Let's do this. So big shout out to Darren and Bazza who are here today. Darren, if you've seen on our social media on Facebook, Darren had this wonderful framed TED print along with 3 of the patches, which is wonderful. RAF Coningsby has seen a number of aircraft through its history, starting off with the Handley Page Hamden in 1941, followed by the Avro Manchester, then a closure for the new hardened concrete Class A configured runways, making way for the Avro Lancaster. During the period of closure, the Avro Anson, and this is between August 42 to September 43, and the Airspeed Oxford, followed by the Lancaster in 1943. 617 Squadron made use, the first operational use of the new runways. Later, Coningsby saw Mosquitoes in 44, followed by the Mosquitoes and Lancaster's successors. So we had Boeing Washingtons, Avro Lincolns, and then of course 1953, Coningsby's first ever jet aircraft, the English Electric Canberra. That took it all the way to 1962 for the Avro Vulcan until 1964. Until finally, in 1969, Coningsby had its first ever fighter aircraft, the Spey-engined Phantom. 1969 saw 6th Squadron, the flying can openers, arrive. Various other Phantom squadrons arrived as well. Deep into the 70s until the squadrons, most of them, moved to Wattisham. After that, Coningsby saw Harriers, Jaguars with 41 Squadron. Eventually, in the 80s, the Tornado F3. And then, last but not least, the latest and greatest, what we have here, the Typhoon, arrived in 2005. it's pushing me this way quite a bit. Some punchy northeasterly winds at the moment. Still more to leave the floor coming up. Are you right? Oh, I don't know. No idea. Alright buddy, how you doing? Oi oi. Yeah, good. Oh, here we go. So more to enjoy. certainly a very active morning today. So hopefully we'll get to see Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation, call sign Dragon 01, very shortly. Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation from South Wales, Pontypridd, where he was born and raised, and is a Typhoon pilot through and through, joining 1004 Squadron Air Cadets. He was just aged 13 and learned to fly with 634 Volunteer Gliding Squadron. And he ended up becoming an instructor at just the age of 16. Now, he got to fly before he could drive, which is mostly the case in the Royal Air Force. But he was a keen aviation enthusiast, inspired by air shows, and had an ambition to join the Royal Air Force, and his ambition for a pilot began. He went on to study aerospace engineering at Swansea University, gaining a bachelor's degree as well before completing a master's degree at material science as well. He did spend some time at Swansea and became a member of the University of Wales Air Squadron, same as I believe Chute display pilot Rich Tamala, who's also from Wales as well. And it was here with the University of Wales Air Squadron where he learned to fly the Grob Chute. Tom joined the Royal Air Force in 2015 and completed his IOT, his initial officer training at RAF College Cranwell, and went on to elementary flying training as well with number 16 Squadron at RAF Wittering, returning to the Grob Chute as well. And Tom was streamed to fast jet, continued his basic fast jet training course on the Tucano T1 at Linton on Ouse, and then of course, like many pilots, fast jet training with the Hawk T2 at RAF Bally, and that would be with 25 and 4 Squadron as well. Tom joined and arrived with 29 Squadron, which is the OCU, completed his operational conversion onto the Typhoon, and that was in early 2021. So this is Tom's 5th year of actually flying a Typhoon, and he was chosen to serve when he qualified with number 6 Squadron, the Flying Can Openers. He was stationed at Lossiemouth, where he carried out operations in the Middle East, NATO air policing, and Eastern Europe as well, and also deployed to the Falkland Islands, Australia and Germany as well. Tom also took part in the 70 formation for the Platinum Jubilee celebrations, forming part of that formation in the Royal Fly Past as well. After spending time with number 6 Squadron, he was posted back to 29 Squadron in September of 2024, so not that long really to begin his instructional tour. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good. Hopefully the one we want is still going and running. His role as an instructor allowed to teach the next generation, so he's now not only, you know, the Typhoon display pilot, but his regular role, although they won't do that regular role if you're a Typhoon display pilot, he is concentrating on just Typhoon display pilot, but I'll explain in just one moment. But this is Tom's moment and he was selected to become the 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot. As I mentioned then, he will only be in that role, okay? So his training role as an instructor will carry on after the season. Let's just move that a little bit over there now. Right, let's give Tom a very warm welcome, give him your support as well. Here he comes. Bringing the Typhoon down to just 120 knots or so. Probably ground speed of about 90 or something. There we go, lovely flat display, beautiful. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was absolutely tremendous. Was amazing, and It was a bit windy up here, but I did my best. Goodness me, wasn't that just? That's what we got to look forward to for a flat display as well. That was amazing, and any display pilot will tell you when it's flat displays, a lot more G's are sustained due to the tighter airspace that they've got to work in. Well, I'm sure he'll be happy with that. They've been absolutely, and do you know what? I have to say, sorry, I am shivering and it's freezing up here. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea. But I'll tell you what, his workup has been just a pleasure to witness, you know? Or shall we say a work down, because obviously starting with his first that we couldn't see at 5,000 feet, then 10 at 1,500 feet. And then 2 at 500 feet. And then we saw Tom at Minimus, which is basically the display still at hard deck of 500 feet. And a parachute landing as well. And that's the first time I've seen Tom into a display from takeoff, which looked really, and then to finish it off with the parachute landing as well. But wow, all in a good day's work, right? Brilliant, wasn't it? That's our Royal Air Force there at its beautiful, beautiful composition there. Absolutely incredible stuff, really, really is. This is just, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to come here and witness this, you know. So yes, that's the first time I'd seen Tom straight from takeoff. And just to clarify a few things, so the display hard deck is still at 500 feet with the exception of 2 things, which is why it's called Minimus. You've got a 100-foot hard deck for a high-speed flat pass, which we've seen, and also a 300-foot hard deck for a steep turn as well. Absolutely, Perry. Do you know what? I was just speaking with Davey yesterday, and I said, do you know what? This is going to be the most perfect light for a display, because I think reheats look better in grey skies. And do you know what? Have a look at my thumbnail. I did all right on that one. That was pretty cool. Very matching the. Actually, that one was from Sainty at Crashgate 4, where I took that. So what happened to the screen there for a minute? Looked like we went underwater. Well, we've got 2 more departures coming up as well. to go and grab my tea, and I'll bring that up, and I'll talk to you about the Typhoon for those that are quite new to the Typhoon. That was a terrific first hour, right? Absolutely amazing. Hope we're all good. Sharon Pilkington, you're welcome. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoon FGR4. We've also got a T3 here. Someone's asking about the drag chute. No problem. We can tell you about that. So a drag chute is used for heavy aircraft, or if you're fully loaded or fully fueled and you have to come back. If you're going to come back with a bit of weight, for example, okay, so say there was an incident where you have a little bit more fuel than you need to, but you need to come down to land. To take the stress off the braking system, you can use the drag chute. The likes of a B-52 needs a drag chute on landing because it's such a heavy aircraft. You could potentially really cause a lot of stress on your braking system. Braking systems on aircraft, especially military, have carbon discs, and they compress together. It's not like a car or a motorbike. These are stator and rotary carbon discs that actually compress together. About, I can't remember, just an average about 6 that compress together and bring the aircraft to a halt. Now there's a few things that I need to tell you. So you will see that the drag chute was deployed out, and that's to slow down the aircraft, and it's usually used when aircraft have come back heavy, so be it come back with ordnance still attached, or if they've got more fuel than they should have done. So that is a good form of practice for emergency landing. So usually emergency landings do warrant a drag chute landing if you have a drag chute, because the F-35s, unless you've had it installed as an optional extra down to your local Lockheed Martin superstore, then you won't have one. Okay, so that's why. You've also got another method where we've seen the aero braking, basically a wheelie, where you what you're doing there, you're using the undercarriage as almost like a massive drag chute, Okay, because there isn't any braking systems on the front nose gear. All right, there is no braking system on the front gear. Only the main landing gear, which are here. I know I don't have one here for you, but I'll talk to you about the Typhoon. So that's why a drag chute is used, and you usually see that on an emergency landing or a procedure where an aircraft has come back hot or heavy. All right, because obviously if you've got some very sensitive equipment on there, you don't want to, you know, spark it off. So if you've got hung ordnance, the last thing you want to do is come back heavy. You want to slow that aircraft down. So a little bit of a gradual aero braking, that's what the wheelie is actually called, and then nose down, and then you'll have your drag chute there. So that's a little bit about that. I've talked to you a little bit about the Typhoon while I have my cup of tea, for those who don't know much about the Typhoon. Right, let's have a quick look. We're gonna have a little look about. Our Typhoon. Take care. Yeah, take care. Enjoy yourself. Right, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. So the Eurofighter, first flight 1994. It was one of 7 prototypes. The DA1. Very rare because it's got the German roundel, or at least the cross. Okay, but it also has an IRST, which I'll explain in a moment. It's made in 4 different countries. Okay, the official name is Eurofighter Typhoon, but it didn't have the name Typhoon until the Farnborough Air Show in September of 1998. They kept the theme because their previous aircraft was indeed, another wind name was the Tornado, so they kept that theme going. It is quite a common thing to do. So what I've done for you here, I've done a little colour code. Left wing predominantly made in Italy, right wing Spain, the centre fuselage in Germany, front cockpit area, front section Britain, and then a mix at the back here, fuselage of Britain and Italy, tail Britain as well. There's the manufacturers. A little bit of fun facts for you on the left that I've written down. There's at least 30 kilometers of cabling going on in here. Now, I've always said this: if you thought that your cables behind your TV or your computer systems was bad, try having 30 kilometers of cable. It isn't the usual cable that you buy from, I don't know, Currys or whatever hardware stores. It's made to cope with various temperatures, pressures and G's. 6 bolts attach onto the fuselage for each wing. Okay, you can see I've colour coordinated it here. Red is Spain, right? So you can see the Spain make the leading edges there. Look at that. And you've also got 15. So for those, right? So the type. Basically, jet engines are measured in, or I know they do kilonewtons, but I don't like that one. I don't understand what that means. But I like to do pounds of thrust, so I'm quite familiar with it. But for those that do horsepower, the equivalent would be about 1,000 Ferraris. That's about 150,000 horsepower equivalent. For those that are quite fuel-minded, the Typhoon drinks about 1.6 litres of fuel per second. Without reheats, 6 litres of fuel with reheats. That's about 360 litres of fuel per minute with reheats. There's only 15% of the exterior that's actually made of metal. That's it, just 15%, which I'll tell you about the surface in a moment. The engine is amazing. It's been made to fly without any maintenance, basically 1,200 hours. The Typhoon is fly-by-wire. It's classed as a 4.5 generation, 4.5, because it does have some stealth attributes. It's not naturally a stealth 5th gen, but it does have stealth attributes. It's controlled by the Leonardo's flight control computer called the Quadruplex, which is split into 4 lanes, which I'm going to show you in a moment. It does have super cruise. What's all the fuss about? What's all the fuss about super cruise? Well, it means that you can go supersonic without using your reheat or afterburner. Benefits: more economical to you're hiding a heat signature. Okay, it doesn't have thrust vectoring because it doesn't need it. Combat aircraft are designed to be designed for the latest style of combat. The F-35 doesn't have thrust vectoring, doesn't need it because of today's combat and BVR, beyond visual range. If you're going to start floating around doing thrust vectoring, you're going to need to make sure that you get out of that zone if you've dodged a missile. That was the whole point. But the fact is now you've got aircraft that can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. Thrust vectoring, okay, you might pull it off. Any point? Not really. So it doesn't have it, doesn't need it. There are 8 internal fuel tanks as well. That means 11,000 pounds of fuel internally. That's excluding the extra 4,000 pounds of extra fuel that you can have in your each drop tank. How about that then, eh? The EJ200 engine weighs just 1 ton. That's it. Thrust to weight ratio, really important, which is why the Typhoon is very maneuverable. It will sit there and hover at 120 knots, and then it can then just whack on the afterburner and pull up and climb vertically. Not many aircraft can do that at all. F-16s will need to run in on displays. F-15s would need to run in, then need to pick up speed to do that, and F-18s, aircraft like that. 13 hard points, which I'll show you. Let's have a look what the Typhoon is made out of then. So everything in white I've left as carbon fibre. That's about 70%. 12% is a glass reinforced plastics. You can see they are put where there are radars and the defense aid subsystem, ultra high frequencies, and all these extra antennas that it has, which I'll show you in a moment. Where it's going to be exposed to a lot of G, so the 4 planes and then the leading edge slats here, they're going to need to be made out of titanium alloy, and then you've got 3% of acrylic, which is on your canopy itself. So there you go. Even the fairing flaps are made out of a titanium alloy. In fact, if you want me to be extremely sad, the feathers or the fairing flaps, they are indeed, there are 12 on each nozzle. That's how sad I am that I know that. What else we got? We can show you the powerful engine in just a moment, because I'm going to show you the Typhoon's lightweight airframe. In fact, do you know what? Yeah, let's show you the airframe itself then. Let's have a little look at the Typhoon's airframe. Here's one I made earlier. Oh. So let's have a look what's going on. Let's talk Foon. Crocodile Foon. Right, let's go from nose out to the back where it blows. That sounds bad, but never mind. Right. Right, okay, so technology improves, so does the ASA. That's right, the Captor Mark 0, Mark 1, Mark 2. What am I on about? Inside here is the radar. This is your battlefield. This is where you're going to start locking on and knocking on and controlling everything in your battlefield. Okay, you're going to lock onto targets, but what does this all mean? Okay, so you have a phased array, an ASA, active electronic scanned array, AESA. Yes, they did have a Captor M. They're now moving on to a Mark II Captor E. What on earth does this all mean? Basically, they're upgrading the radar, and I couldn't tell you, probably classified anyway, couldn't tell you which ones have it. The latest and greatest is the Mark II. Leonardo having a good time with that, making sure that the Typhoon is even more capable. Okay, I think it's got like 110 degrees, so a 220 degree span I think it is on there. But let's go back to old school Marconi's ECR90 inside here, just to give you an idea. The Typhoon could lock onto targets over 160 kilometers away. Fighter jets will be locked onto at that distance. So when you see movies of fighter jets, you know, really close combat using their machine guns, whatever, yeah, okay, it doesn't, that's not today's combat. That doesn't happen. We're talking about 160 kilometers away, but that would be a really boring movie, right? But then you could say, well, is there any need for them to learn dogfighting? The answer is yes. Why is that? Because you will be engaged in whatever role. If you're going to go low level and you get spotted, you're going to wish you've learned dogfighting. If you are going to evade enemy radar and come out at some point, you are going to need to know how to dogfight. If you've run out of your missiles, you're going to need to learn dogfighting maneuvers on an offense, and and defense. The other thing to note, the Typhoon can also lock onto larger aircraft 300 kilometers away, lock onto 20 to 30 targets, and prioritize on about 6 of them. How amazing is that, right? Pretty cool. So we're going to work our way, and that's why the Typhoon in those areas are a different type of grey. You can't and you shouldn't paint them. If you're going to paint them, then you're going to compromise the performance of that. Okay, there are, and now that I remembered, because I always forget it, there is part of the defence aid subsystem. There's this little pimple here and a tiddly one there. You've also got here different grey here. You've also got something called the Moors. I know I've gone back, but this is part of the defence aid subsystem. This little probe that sticks out, that's your missile approach warning. And you've also got this different grey right on the tip of the tail. Oh, here comes a Typhoon now for a demo. Hang on. So the Typhoon doesn't have elevators at the back, right? So it has what's called foreplanes, those little wings at the front. They control the angle of attack, okay? When the foreplanes are in the upward position, it pushes the nose up. When the foreplanes are in the downwards position, they don't just go up, down, and that's it. Okay, they will work to a particular degree. They do need calibrating as well, because they can also be used as a speed brake. Okay, so if you start to push the foreplanes into the downward position, then you're going to bunt the aircraft, you're going to dip the nose down, which you don't really want to do quite heavily because you'll experience negative G. You'll also notice that, probably not from this angle, when the Typhoon does land, when it's nearly slowed down quite nicely, the foreplanes will be pushed in the downwards position to cause a bit more drag and take the pressure off the braking systems and the landing gear, I guess, isn't it? Oh my goodness me, it's so cold. I'm absolutely shivering. Not that you want to know that, who cares? So those foreplanes are moving. They are moving very slightly, and they do need calibrating. If you are literally a smidgen of a degree out, you can affect the performance of the Typhoon. So the Typhoon, being what it is, literally 85% of non-metals, and I'll explain in a moment about the S-duct system that it has. It only has around, it's registered around half a meter radar cross-section. So it does have some radar absorbing materials on there. So this is the T3, a trainer. What's going on there? Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, I might have to wait for my little spiel. What I want you to notice on the port side, which will get a good view, is the IRST, the Pirate IRST, which we'll see on the port side of the Typhoon. It's just below the front of the canopy, this little, almost like a CCTV, you know, that black sort of glossy camera dome. You'll see it in a minute. Now, it's not FLIR, it's not forward-looking infrared, but it does FLIR. But it also does infrared tracking. What it is, it's an infrared high definition with 4 filters, not the filters that you have for your Instagram posts, you know, selfies and that. You can see that now. Can you see it? You see that black dome just below the canopy there? See, that's IRSD, infrared search and track. And what that's doing, it can search, track, lock onto targets, and, you know, do its thing at night as well. So it's got thermal tracking, so infrared. Off we go, baby. Just so you know what you're looking for. This here. So that component there, and you'll notice that the German Air Force and the Austrian Air Force don't have it. It's an optional extra, so you know, at your local Eurofighter dealership, you can choose if you want it or not. You can even land with it. Basically, in the cover of darkness, you can see things in black and white, ultra high definition, or put it into the thermal. You know, who remembers, what's it? What's that film? Predator, that's it. Can even, I think it's got 4 different filters. You can see in it, you know, in that sort of thermal tracking. It's amazing. Or Crime Watch, you know, when the helicopter's going over Peterborough in that black and white ultra high definition, you see that real bright sort of glowy person running around, a bit like Ready Break, that one. Anyway, not all of them have it, like I said. The Typhoon is drogue and probe, so on this side where the IRST is, but on the opposite side there'll be the probe that sticks out, but it's all happy and locked in. I am absolutely frozen. Didn't stream, but I thought, do you know what, I should be able to do it. Sun is trying to come out. This could warm things up a bit in a bit. Oh dear, my tea is frozen now. Underneath the nose, where it basically starts in some ways, not the point but the other end, underneath the cockpit, there'll be 4 tiny little triangles. They're the aircraft's air data pitos. And the reason why there's 4 is because the Typhoon has 4 channels to its fly-by-wire, its flight control system, FCS, which is made by Leonardo. And what it is, in total, you're looking at around about 70 tiny, well, I say tiny, I don't actually know really, but the Typhoon has around 70 tiny computers. I keep saying that. I just imagine them. I don't, you know, they're not like going to be massive PC ones, are they? But the Typhoon's got 70 computers that are split into 4 lanes, hence the 4 channels. You might be able to see the ADPs. I don't know. You might be able to. But yeah, they're where the nose starts. They're underneath. And yeah, so they're called lanes. So those 70 computers or so, it's around 70. They're split into 4 lanes basically, which have all the data for each one. Now, someone did ask me a question: what happens if the flight control system goes down? Well, you're going to have a pretty bad day if all 70 computers go down. So just so that you know, sorry, let me just pop that there. So they are just under, they'll be about here, and you'll see them when if you're fortunate enough to be that close. You have 2 red covers that cover them to protect them, okay, because obviously due to what they are, you want to make sure they're not damaged. Now, you can have a whole lane down, which means that's 25% of your computers down. It will get you home. It's a bit like a car's ECU, the engine management, EMS, the engine management system, which I think the Typhoon's got one anyway. So yeah, you can actually have a whole lane down, but will it start again? No. Computer says no. What you'll need to do is to get that fixed. I think there's something coming back in. Is there something in there? Okay, so we spoke about 4 planes as well. So the 4 planes there, because the Typhoon doesn't have, there's no elevators. So if the 4 planes are in the upwards position, it will start to create a higher angle of attack. And then if the Typhoon's 4 planes are starting to go in the downwards position, which they do, they are simultaneous. Okay, so they're not going to go individual, you know, the left one moving individually to the, you know, independently. It will bunt the aircraft. Okay, now bunting, oh, here comes the 2 ships together. It's going to be one of those where we talk Typhoon, film Typhoon, talk Typhoon, film Typhoon. sounded a bit happily close. I was hoping for another departure, but guess I was wrong. There he is, in his cool vehicle there. Eurofighter Squadron marked Typhoon. They do pass jets around from base to place, so I would expect that this may eventually, or maybe not, maybe they'll just leave it. So someone asked the question, question, you know, is it the markings? Does it match the squadron that's flying it? The answer is no, not always. It's a go around. So all these are all training. So this is an operational conversion unit. So this is a pilot that's getting lots of training. So they'll do a go around, they'll do a touch and go, they'll do a low approach. You know, this isn't, this is all training, learning how to cope with getting things wrong, because they do happen. But if you learn how to correct what is potentially going to be an error, like it's always said, it's easy to explain. You know, it's easy to explain why you did a go around, when it's harder to explain why you didn't. You know, there's no shame in a go around. If you get it wrong, you get it wrong. It's you know, touch and go is really good to help a pilot get more takeoff and landing experience. Touch and goes can also help you in a split-second decision where something has just gone wrong on the runway. There may have been an aircraft in front, or a vehicle that just happened to get on the runway, an animal running across the runway, a hazard, a low approach again. Done. So the fact that we got 29 Squadron, it is the operational conversion unit here, so there'll be a lot of junior pilots, 3 to 4 months they'll be fully qualified. to get some hot pit refueling. Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. Hope we're all good and well. Enjoying the show, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. Welcome back. Our fools have departed early today, and we also had the Dragon 01 display as well, and a Pairs approach as well. That was good. And, whatever else comes our way as well, it's a nice surprise.
Oi to everyone that's tuned in. How you all doing, Rob? How's it going? Oi to you. Wondering if this is going to be going to the pits, hot pit refueling. So hot pit refueling is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. It's a quicker way of refueling your aircraft when you've come back to land, rather than the whole process of shutting the aircraft down, refueling it, and then doing the startup procedure. This way you've got everything running. You don't need to do your startup procedure. You're already started up, so it can hot pit refuel a fighter jet like a Typhoon or an F-15 in around about 10 to 12 minutes or so. So it increases the turnaround time of over, 60%. Shall I say 66%, eh? At its finest. So yeah, 66% or so. 10 to 12 minutes to hot pit refuel. Which of course saves time, especially if you're in the theatre, in the battlefield. Taking another foon. So you haven't got to worry about, error codes, the whole shutting down procedure, and then the startup procedure, doing all the checks again. This is a quicker way to refuel an aircraft on the deck.
you about the purple, Davey, Alan Burden, how's it all going? All good. Typhoon is also armed with a BK-27 Mauser cannon. Now it is on the starboard side. .27mm muzzle velocity at 1100 meters per second. Nice. Do you know what? Turner's has got a bit of a connection, you know, with the Ted Coningsby channel. That was the company that stopped in their tracks so that I can do my first ever video of Teddy. I know. Brings back memories, that does. Be right back. Oh yeah. Sorry. Oh, I think it was from the BBMF. I think they had one in there. Yeah. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Welcome to the show. I'm just going to go and grab something to keep warm with. I'll just go and see if I can find my heat mat. Be right back.
bit. Say hello to him, but I'm not.
We'll have to do it next time. Go. Sorry about that. I had to go and get an emergency heat pad. It's a really nice. Actually, it's supposed to be for. Sleeping bags. It's by Van Gogh. It's amazing. Go and get one. Recommended. Oh man, it's already nice and warm. Yes. Yes, a Van Gogh heat pad. Okay, it's not exactly, how do we say, it would be better if it was cheaper, but it works and it's good. It's supposed to be for a sleeping bag, but you know what? Just stick it inside your jacket. It works. Also, I got a shout out for a Daniel Heenan, as Gary and Richard have put get well soon. So get well soon. I think that's all our foons back. Well, you know what this means. It's time for some history and some. I'll finish off the Typhoon talk. If you've got any questions about the Typhoon, do let me know. I'll give you all the fun facts as well. I haven't even gone through that yet, so maybe I'll finish off the talk about the Typhoon I can't remember where we were at with the Typhoon, but I did mention about the BK-27 Mauser cannon, which it sits in here. There's the grill for it, and it sits inside and fires through the inner part of the wing, just about here. Yeah, just there, look, just under there. Okay, you've also got the air brake. I didn't tell you about that. The probe for the air-to-air refueling as well. Over this side, a lot of people ask me what this black soot is. It literally is the burnt fuel from soot. This is the auxiliary power unit exhaust, shall we say. The fumes come out of that, because you can actually start a Typhoon with an auxiliary power unit with a push of a button. Now, we spoke about the Typhoon having quite a, you know, a reasonably good low RCS. Goodness me, I'll tell you what, sorry to mention this, but that heat pad is amazing. I'm like, oh, that's better. So the air intakes, as you can see, sit quite low. And if you turn the Typhoon round, the engine is going to spark. Actually, first of all, the engines sit at the last fifth, 1/5. That's quite a long tunnel of air that goes through, which is really cool. Because what happens here, this is called an S duct. So if you imagine a pretend S, like so, okay, and there's a reason for that. Because there are two hot spots that enemy radar love to bounce around. That's in your intakes and in the canopy, which is why canopies are tinted with some special, you know, radar absorbing material, okay? Because you can get a lot of radar return in here and in there. Why in there? Because you've got your engines in there. Radar love to return heat, a big radar cross section. But there's a way you can counter that, is by having an S duct. And what that does is that, first of all, you can't actually see the Typhoon's engines looking straight ahead like that. And the S duct system hides that heat that's created from the first stage of the compressor or the fan. So, the F-35, they have similar, it's called a serpentine or serpentine, depends how you want to say it. Again, similar sort of thing as well. Now, the Typhoon controls the air by having these cowlings, okay? Now, not many people know this. Okay, the Typhoon can go plus Mach 2.0, However, you can't have supersonic air going in there. Why? Because the engines will just literally get destroyed. You imagine a fan. I haven't got it with me today, but I'll bring it on the next show maybe. I do have a compressor stage, one stage obviously. Basically the air that goes in, supersonic air, will damage your engine. It will create lots of shock waves and it will damage all your blades. So the air goes in, and to control that, not only have you got cowlings to control the air, but you've also got this splitter. It's actually a boundary layer diverter as well. This will stop supersonic air from happening. Plus the cowlings, they control the amount of air going in as well. When an object is going through the air, so in aviation terms, when this is going through the air, you get air that sticks. Now that's called, that layer that sticks to the surfaces of the aircraft, that's called a boundary layer. Now the boundary layer is a low pressure, draggy air that sticks, okay? It's natural, all right? A part of aerodynamics. But what this splitter does is to stop that from happening. So you've got a nice, constant, high pressure flow of air. If you don't have this, what you're gonna have is, imagine the fan, okay, going round. You're going to get draggy air hitting the top part and then your nice high pressure air hitting the bottom. Now that would cause the engine to have a bit of an issue. It'll actually damage the engine. There is a word for that when you got two different air pressures hitting. Asymmetric, I suppose, would that be? Yeah, whatever. But yeah, so the splitter would stop that. And also in the real world, there's tiny grill holes through here to suck up any remaining boundary layer. I've actually, in the summer, I do show you a demo where I get my flask and pour water over the flask to show you how boundary layer works. It's quite easy to show you like that. So there you go. So we spoke about the flight control system. Now, something that you may notice, some of the Typhoons have this bump here, these two bumps about there and there. Looks like a blister, that's probably the right word, two blisters. Looks like it's got like about 2 or 3 holes in it. Now that's your tranche free, and the purpose of them was so that in the future the Typhoon was going to have conformal fuel tanks. What's a conformal fuel tank, or CFT for short? It's additional external hugging fuel tanks that you can have, so to have extra fuel. Now that's your tranche free, all right? Now ZJ9 serial numbers were actually a tranche 1. However, you may have seen one ZJ9 that was actually a tranche 2 that got away with it. It was right on the cusp of the changeover to ZK serial numbers. There's a few distinctive, there's 2 sort of external differences that you can tell from a tranche 1, that's the airframe age, and a tranche 2. One, the landing lights on the tranche 1, that I found out, by the way, the lights were actually aligned vertically. There were the LED lights on the landing gear. They were vertical. On these ones here, tranche 2 and onwards, they're horizontal. All right, I know it's minor, but hey. And then the other one, oh gosh, one that you probably won't be able to see. When you, hang on, I'm just trying to think, oh, it's this way. In here, you've got your diagnostics computer system here. When it opens up, on the tranche 1, it was actually nice and fancy touchscreen. Well, we've got a bit of a problem because in the UK it's usually quite wet and raining, and it didn't work very well in wet weather. So tranche 2 onwards have actual buttons that you actually physically push in. There you go. But yeah, usually it was ZJ9s that were tranche 1s, but ZJ950 got away with it. But there you go. Right, underneath the Typhoon, I think we're all good. No, hang on. We've also got Leonardo's Bright Cloud. Let's have a little look about what goes on the Typhoon. You've got an FOTD, a fibre optic tow decoy, an FOTD. This is the decoy pylon, and it's got connected to a fibre optic lanyard, shall we say. Now this is made by Leonardo, and I believe it's called Bright Cloud. Now what it does, it can actually be used to create electronic countermeasures if you're going to be exposed with enemy radar, which you normally are. But if the threat level's quite high, you can deploy your decoy, and actually if someone's trying to get a lock on you, you can actually try to break the lock. You can also, on worst case scenario, you can even try to mimic the Typhoon signature, which would mean that the Typhoon is over here and not actually there. With the tow decoy, it will actually start to produce a radar signature of the Typhoon, but that could mean potentially that'll be it once that gets here. And it can do a couple of other things by Leonardo, which is quite fancy. So it can actually try to it has almost the stealth capabilities in that respect, which is actually quite amazing. Anyway, the Typhoon has 13 hard points. Let's have a little look. You got a total of 13. So let's that excludes the blue tack. Sorry about that. Let's dedicate the 13th one then to the center drop tank, and then 2 more either side, okay, for 2 more drop tanks, okay. Drop tanks, literally, you can drop them. There are various scenarios where you would do that. One in if you're going to be exposed in aerial combat, as in a potential dogfight, then it's probably wise to do that. Also in emergency procedures, there are occasions where you would actually get rid of your drop tanks if you cannot and don't have time to burn fuel. So if we did that, we're now left with 10 hard points. So 5 either side. So on this side you can have 2 just hugging the bottom part in between the wing and the fuselage. You can have 2 ordnance here and 3 here. So from paveways, storm shadows, all that kind of stuff goes on. Also here as well. So okay, you've also got chaff dispensers here. So if you are trying to get through and someone is trying to get a lock on you, you can actually dispense these chaff bits of metal. What they called in World War II, they called that window. If it's now that you've got your missile approach warning, your MORS, which is here, this probe here. This will alert the pilot, and then you've got your chaff dispensers, so that can actually confuse enemy radar as well. If you're going in if the threat level's quite high, you can actually distribute a load of chaff. Now, infrared ordnance that's after you is a little bit different. You may not always be able to pick it up, but if it is a heat-seeking missile, you've got your flare dispensers here, these little sort of canisters that these little holes here. Worst case scenario, if you've had out all your defense, of course you've got your tactics. I know it sounds primitive, but they do that. One of the tactics is literally just aim for the sun and hope that the sun's heat and light will generate enough to confuse the enemy ordnance that's after you, that kind of thing. I think I've covered everything for now. Another question I get asked as well, what's this hole here, this exhaust here? Well, it's actually a RAM heat exchanger. Now, we saw Tom doing his display today. That would have created a lot of heat going on in here. To cool it down, you've got a RAM heat exchanger, and that's what that does there. What else can we talk about? You can also fit in the center, you can also fit the lightening pod. That's your laser pod, bit like the sniper pod on an F-15. So it does have that as well. Typhoon's helmet is absolutely amazing. The BAE Systems crew will take a scan of your skull, and it will be made to fit, and you can actually lock onto targets using the helmet, the Striker helmet. Pretty cool, isn't it, right? Is it Striker? Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. So that's like a mounted display unit as well. Someone asked me about the type of material. It's this special type of glass that's made anti-glare. It's quite amazing. But if you've got any questions, do let me know. Let's have a little look about the Typhoon's engine. So the Typhoon weighs very little. In fact, just slightly over 40,000 pounds. Sorry, 24,000 pounds empty, which is absolutely remarkable. You know, combined with its two engines, EJ200. Here we go. There's our EJ200 engine there now. Took me 2 hours to draw this. Okay, right, so what you got is 13,500 pound of dry thrust. This is in each one, and then it raises up to 20,200 pounds of thrust in each with reheat. For those that are new, reheat and afterburner are the same thing. I'll explain in just a moment. It's made by Eurojet. Okay, now Eurojet is a composition of 4 companies: Rolls-Royce, MTU, Avio Aero and ITP Aero. So you've got Spain and Italy there, and MTU Germany, and Rolls-Royce Britain, and they all make different things. So today we'll pick on Avio Aero. All right, Avio Aero, they make the low pressure turbine, they make the reheat system, so this system here, and the I cannot read my writing, the air, oh yes, sorry, the air oil system. There we go. But let's have a little look what goes on. So the Typhoon has an 8-stage compressor system. It's a twin spool. I'll talk to you about that, don't worry. It's only 3.98 meters, so just under 4 meters, so 13 feet and 1 inch long. That's it. It's tiny. The airflow, 75 to 77 kilos per second. That's amazing. So the air goes in those long tunnels, right? Gets sucked in and meets these 3 massive low pressure compressors, okay? Because low pressure are big they're quite big compressor stages, but they get smaller, narrower and narrower. I want you to think of Paul Veruca in the squishing machine and Charlie in the chocolate factory. Right, the low pressure compressor, as it says, it compresses the air, squashes it to just a small amount, 4.2 to 1, okay? Now, these are blisks. These stages are blisk. What is a blisk? A blisk is a disc and blade all in one, a titanium alloy, all right? I'm going to try and borrow one from the Typhoon display team, although they might noticed that it's gone missing. But I've got a lovely, I'll tell you what, I've got a photo of Ted, I'll show you it in just a moment. Then it meets the 5-stage high pressure. Now the first 3 are blisks, but then the last 2 are the conventional discs that are blades that are attached. There are stator vanes inside, static ones. And what they do, they channel the air. I wouldn't imagine each one is almost like a propeller, almost like a wing generating that flow of air, and it gets squashed. And in fact, it gets compressed here 26 to 1. So basically, 1 bar of air pressure, it's been now squashed 20 to 26 bars. That's quite high. Bypass is 0.4 to 1. Okay, that's air that doesn't go through. You need a bypass in some ways for more economy, make it a little bit quieter, I guess, even though they are loud anyway, but it allows for better airflow. Once you've squashed that air, why do we use compressed air? Because someone asked me that. Well, is there any point in that? Yes, because if you imagine a scuba diver's oxygen tanks, you've got loads of oxygen compressed. Plus, another main thing, it's a lot more combustible. Compressed air is a lot combustible. When you pump your football, it gets really hot, right? It's a lot combustible. It meets up with the inside. This is the combustion chamber. Okay, you're going to spray fuel in there, bang. Now that kinetic energy meets these turbines. Okay, the first one is a high pressure turbine, and what that does, it actually powers the 5 stages of the high pressure compressors. And then the next one is this low pressure turbine. I've actually cut this in half. Okay, that's why they're not all the way around here. That powers the massive 3-stage low pressure compressors. Now that energy there, that's thrust. Okay, that's it. So on a Boeing, I don't know, a Rolls-Royce Trent engine, the CFM International, whatever, on an airliner, whichever, that's thrust. Okay, that's going to make the aircraft move forward. All right. But what about reheat? What about afterburner? Well, that goes in a separate chamber. Okay, which is made by Avio Aero. Now, I want you to imagine the word reheat or afterburner. It's 2 words in one. You're burning something after, you're reheating something, all right? And what that does is, literally, these are spray bars that I've put here. What you've got here, it's spraying fuel in the hot gases that are already here. Now, you don't have that very economical compressed air anymore. No, this is spraying fuel in the hot gases, which is why you've now increased your fuel consumption. Let me put it into perspective. 1.6 litres per second on a Typhoon without reheat per second. With reheat, 6 litres. Wow, that's a lot. That is extreme, isn't it? Yeah, that's almost 4 times nearly, isn't it? Nearly. About 3.5 times more. All right, that's 30%. Not very economical, but gives you that massive amount of power. And that's the Typhoon's amazing engines. From brakes release to just 8 seconds. I mean, this is what it is, the master of thrust away. You know, from brakes release, okay, release the brakes when the ATC line up and wait. 8 seconds later, it's going to pull into 50, 60 degree, and then a vertical climb. Now, what that means is that the Typhoon can actually accelerate vertically, and literally climb and accelerate vertically. Not many aircraft can do this, and the reason for that, it's called a one-to-one thrust away. You've got your thrust, into the weight. That's the ratio. If you're 1-1 and above, you're going to be able to perform like a Typhoon. Okay, the F-35A, all right, for example, that's 29,000 pound empty. Stick some fuel in it, about 18,000 pounds. You're still good, and you've got 43,000 pounds. But when you start adding payload, you're going to start to decrease that. Okay, it's about 0.9 something, about 0.95, for example. Okay, or 0.97. Now, an F-35A, if it had 50% of fuel, it's now going to have 1.07 thrust to weight ratio, which means it probably could do from brakes release to 10 seconds maybe, because it's got the engine to do it. That's the thing. Okay, so anyway, back to the Typhoon. So from brakes release, 8 seconds, You're looking at about 185 miles per hour. Again, this all depends on the pilot. So from 8 seconds, it's now going straight up, basically, but it's accelerating. Okay, 22 seconds later, once it's done that, it can actually go supersonic. Okay, obviously, you're going to need a good reason and clearance to do that, all right? A lot of people ask me how many Gs are pulled in a PTO. I see it quite a lot in our comments. Right, maximum, and again, depending on the pilot, but maximum ever experience, maximum is literally 2G, just on a maximum. Okay, maximum. The takeoffs, quick climbs, unrestricted climbs that we see at Lakenheath, they're going to pull between 5 and 7 because the reason is they've reached speeds of 450 miles per hour and then they've pulled up. That is going to give you a lot of Gs, between 5 and 7 Gs, all right? So that is going to give you that. So there you go. Hope that made sense. If you've got any questions, I'm going to go on the chat room now and answer any of your itching questions. Anything you want to know about the Typhoon, I will do my worst. So let me see what you got. I've just had a question now. Hang on a minute. I've just had a question come in now of the FGR4. Okay, so hang on a minute. Let me go. I just need my tissue really quickly. Yeah, so FGR4 does not mean a tranche 4, okay? It's a Mark 4, okay? So FGR is fighter, ground attack, reconnaissance. The 4 is the Mark. There is a Mark 3, and that's the T3. That is the trainer. It's a two-seater, which we've seen earlier today. Where are you? I think it's in the shelters there. Yeah, there it is. That's a T3. We also had a T1 and an F2 as well back in the days. Okay, when the Typhoon's role first started out, it was an F2. Okay, and that's why you've got one. That's why you've got 1, 2, 3, 4. They go up in numbers. So I guess maybe the next role would be a Mark 5. All right, so on. They go up in numbers. So the 4 is not a tranche 4, it's the Mark, okay? And here we have a tranche 2 and 3. What does tranche mean for those that don't know? It's the airframe age, okay? So tranche 1 were the originals, okay? There are upgrades, etc, etc. So then we had tranche 2, which ended up starting with ZK, a serial number. But the odd ZJ9 got away with it. So the first tranche ones all had ZJ9. There was even ZJ8 as well, but hey, we'll leave that. That's going a bit too complex. Right, chat room, let's go. Hang on a minute, I'm going to just get my, I really need to find my tissue. Where is my tissue? Right, got it. Sorry, just one sec. I'll be on the chats. I don't know whether it's warming up a bit or it's my heat pad doing wonders. Right, I think I got a question from Dieter. Let's have a look. I'll get Ted to do his guards marches. Dieter, why are drop tanks, armory, etc. mounted under certain angle of degrees? Don't really understand the question, but I don't understand the question there, buddy. Drop tanks, armory mounted under certain angle of degrees, right? Okay, on the Typhoon. Okay, let's just have a look. Well, okay. Well, to answer your question, they're done that way because of aerodynamics, literally. It would be for aerodynamics. That would be it. They would have, I mean, that's quite an aerodynamic question. The other thing as well, when you're engaged in combat and you're gonna release missiles and bombs and stuff, you're gonna need to make sure you are not experiencing negative G, because like, I haven't got any bombs on here. Do I have it on the other one? don't have really anything on this one. I got our missile railings here, but these are ejected. There are tiny little explosives that eject it, but if you're going to drop bombs, they can go the other way. They can actually go back up, but I would have thought they've been designed and angled in that way for aerodynamics, basically, because what you don't want is drag, and it will create drag. Drop tanks will create some sort of drag, so they're angled in a way so that they don't experience as much oh, this is looking a bit emotional, this. I'm gonna have to fix that. Don't want any I think that's what you meant. Is that what you meant, why they angled in that way? I hope But yeah, so if that's what you mean, so they're angled in a way from separation to ejection of ordnance, and of course for safety as well. The Typhoon is also quite clever because if you get, you may have seen it, you may have been fortunate enough to see like an asymmetrical approach. So if you're heavier on one side, like basically this one, this is a perfect example. This is going to perform very differently because it's going to be heavier on this left side, and then the engines will compensate for that. They can do like an asymmetrical approach as well. The maneuvers are quite cool. I told you about the angle of attack with the oh, this is gonna go in it, but yeah. So the flaperons here, if you have this one up and this one down, this will make the Typhoon roll. That's how you roll. So if you want to roll left up, right down, it will make an aircraft roll. I mean, this is for any aircraft really, of this type of nature. If you want to roll to the right, it'll be your right flaperon up, left flaperon down. You can also yaw by using the rudder here. So if the rudder to the left will make the aircraft yaw to the left, yaw to the right, rudder right. Okay, so we've done that. What else? Yeah, that my foreplane is looking a little bit tentative. It's gonna have to go. Like, may have to sort this out. Yeah, if you got any questions, do throw it in. We'll have a look for you. Thanks a lot, Dieter. Yo. Let's have a look. Let me see if you got any questions. If not, no worries. I'll crack on. It's getting there. It's getting warmer. I know the canards and foreplanes, they're kind of like interused, aren't they? They're kind of interchangeable anyway. But on the Typhoon, they are called foreplanes. But there you go. I know what you mean. It's like here, we call them reheats, you know, in the UK, in the RAF. I don't want to make it sound like I'm in the RAF or anything. I'm just saying, it's called reheat. Oh, let me just change that. I don't know why. It's like okay. So you've got here. This is a good one for you. This is a classic one. A lot of interchangeable. So this thing here, God, that's dangerous, that thing. Hang on. Now normally at Lakenheath, right, this is in a red and white checkered box. This thing here, this little disc that's tensing the what we call the rag. Look at that. That's the rotary hydraulic arrestor gear. Yeah, rag, and it's got to. Thank you for that. Now the cable is positioned even at Lakenheath or any aerodrome. This is what you're looking out for, these black squares with the yellow circle. So the cable is going across it. Now in the Royal Air Force it's called RAG, R-H-A-G. So we'll find the other side, there it is. And then obviously you've got one right down the other end, okay? In the official for, I guess in the US, it's just cable, but there is an official name called BAC, B-A-K. That's barrier arresting. All right, and you can have various numbers. The most popular one is BAC 12, which is what they have at Lakenheath, for example. In fact, they got 4 there. So that's another one. Another word that's, you know, the same but has a different name in different countries. So RAG, that's your first one. R-H-A-G, rotary hydraulic arrestor gear. That is the official name for a cable in Britain for in Royal Air Force, Navy, etc. Okay, so that's that one there. There's the other one, reheat afterburner. That's a classic. That's another classic one. I'm just trying to think of any others as well, if I can think of any. Those are the kind of ones that I've you know, I had to get my head round and just literally remember why. And then, yeah, of course, there's one that we've just said. We got, what did we say? Canards and foreplanes. Some aircraft have different names for various items. So, yeah, in Eurofighter world, it is called a foreplane. Sorry, just trying to cope with the wind, but it's... my goodness me, the sun's coming out. Sun's out, guns out. Matt Wright, how you doing? Raptor, how you doing? So I've got Jimbo here. Why do planes at Lakenheath stop at the end of the runway pads? Whereas the ones at Coningsby go straight out? No, I don't know what you mean. Do you mean the F-15s? Do you mean the F-15s when they're at the EOR? Because the Typhoons were stopped here. Don't forget, you know, if you imagine this like the EOR, they're already having, is that what you mean? Because planes can't just go straight out. The Typhoons were taxiing, they stopped here. They're ordered to do so by tower, they can't proceed. But if you mean while they stop at the EOR, that's the way the F-15s get their post-taxi checks. And then when they're ready, they still have to line up and wait or stop holding short. No plane goes straight out. The only ones that do are 2 reasons. One, with complete clearance, go straight out, off you go, or QRA as well. But again, they are governed by our friends here at Air Traffic Control, and that's what they do. Yeah, so every single thing, even starting up, you know, even starting your engines needs approval by an ATC. Even all these Bowsers are moving. Every vehicle around an aerodrome, whether it's civilian or military, needs to be authorized. Every single movement. So they might be told to stop at Delta 2, you know, Alpha 1 all the way down there. Everything is managed, and it's governed by various frequencies as well. There is an approach frequency, there's tower, ground, you know, just so it doesn't get clogged up, so that everyone can get their message through. But no plane at Lakenheath go straight out, or even here, because they stopped and they stop here. But if you mean about the F-15s where they park up on the EOR, that's different. You know, two things. One, they've got an ASP here, Aircraft Servicing Platform. EOR stands for end of runway. There are 4 at Lakenheath, and they hold there. And they don't have an EOR here, although they do have an ORP, Operational Readiness Platform. Again, we've seen that in news. But no aircraft can just go straight out just because they can. They can't do that. Everything needs clearance. But if, like I said, if you're talking about the F-15s parking up, again, once they're ready, they still need clearance. They don't go straight out either. Even here, once they're ready to go, they will be told to stop here or hold short or line up and wait. Okay, so when you get to line up and wait when you're told to line up and wait, the pilot, whether it's civilian or military, would have had to have done all their checks. Okay, they don't want to be in a position where they haven't finished their checks and told to be line up and wait. But not being funny, but at a military level, they would have they wouldn't be not ready. Sounds like some BBMF engines on the yeah, wow, listen to that. Someone's having a good time. Right, I'm going to go and have a cup of tea. Let's have a look, 12:33. Let me go and have a quick cup of tea. That would have sounded nice, didn't it? Yeah. but I do it 5 days a week, so I just pick a day, see what happens. Yeah. It's all good. I mean, I would imagine they'll be up again, but when is, yeah, just one of those things. But, I would imagine it'll be up again, but I don't know when.
No interest in West London. No, I mean, I don't know. No worries.
Wind rope.
Beginning to sound like Peterborough at the moment. Gents, teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. Hope we're all good. In fact, I haven't had Ted to do your guards marches, so let's go and get Teddy.
I'm going to.
Opportunity really to see lots of different markings, and one that was mentioned very briefly today is about the let me go and get you some history to go with it as well, by the way. Give me a second, I've got some cool stuff on here to show you as well. If I can find it, that is. Sorry, just give me a moment. I'm just trying to find something for you, which will be pretty good for me to show you. Like a show and tell, isn't it? There we go. There, that's better than that. There we go. Okay, so right, let's have a little look and a bit of history. What we all did. So someone mentioned about the. I'm just going to get a screenshot as well for you, as well to go with that. And we'll just getting everything ready for you. Don't worry, I'm still here, don't worry, I'm just trying to get, my phone has just been, you know when phones just try to take over. Yeah, that's what it's doing at the moment. Hang on a minute. I'm going to show you a few bits and pieces. Yeah, that should do it. So I'm going to show you a Bristol Bulldog. Right, I'm going to show you a few things on here. I'm going to show you a Bristol Bulldog, if you can see that. I don't know if you can see that. I need to have a look. Let me see if I can get a better shot of that. Is that worse? Probably. There you go. When you have a look at the Bristol Bulldog there, can you see the 2 X's? Okay, so that's got 2 X's there. And of course, Coningsby's 29 Squadron has 3 X's, but did you know that they used to have 4? Now, let's go back and I will tell you a little story, a little fun story about something. What I'm going to do, I'm going to show you the history of the X's and find out what is going on here. But may I add, let's see if you can see that. Can you see that okay? Right, these are the history of the X's. Now, that where it says Sopwith Snipe from 19, these are RAF Coningsby, sorry, these are 29 Squadron. Now, where it's got Sopwith Snipe, I want you to realise that it's got 3 X's, but on the top of the wing, it had a total of 6, which went right across. Okay, so it had 6 X's on the top of the wing. When they were flying the Gloucester Greek, they actually had 4 X's on there. I know, and then Armstrong, Whitworth, Siskin, 3 X's, and then Bristol Bulldog, which I showed you, had 2. Hawker Demon had 2, and then during the Second World War, that changed to their Romeo Oscar, okay? And then when they were flying the de Havilland Mosquito, they actually had another set as well. They had Romeo Oscar, but then they had Bravo, and then the second letter all the way A to Z, so they had that as well. But when post-war, 51 to 58, they went back to their 3 X's again, and it's been like that since then. So what is going on there? So the idea was, okay, they and I don't want to spoil a good story, because that's not what I'm going to do, because you should never spoil a good story. But you know, when I said about the Siskin, if you have a look here, look, it's got almost like the 6 X's here, but then if you have a look here, it's got the 3 X's. Right, so the story goes, right, this is a story, and I'm not going to ruin it, I'm not going to say, wow, you know, because that's not the point. You should never spoil a good story. The story goes, yes, if they were Roman numerals, this makes 30, like someone rightly said, but here we go. So Roman numerals would be XX1X, correct? So the idea, and the story goes, and this is over 110-year-old story, I think it is. They told the painter, the designer, to put an XX and 1X. Okay, the idea being XX roundel and 1X. The painter took it as though it was XX and another X. So it stayed that way. And that's one of many fun stories that is associated with 29 Squadrons X's. As I mentioned, during the war as well, later on, this Bravo, they had a second letter, a bit like Lakenheath with LR, LS and LT. When they arrived at Lakenheath, the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, when they arrived with the F-100s, they had that system as well. And that was, I can't remember the exact date, but the Mosquitoes, late Mosquitoes, had BA to Z, so B, including BW. All right, so I hope that makes a bit of sense. There's also another fun story to do with extra strong mints or beer, I don't know, but that is the accepted long haul story, and I like that one, and I don't think it should ever be ruined or debunked. Just leave it. It's a good story, leave it, you know. and it's great, and it is, that story is actually in 29 Squadrons HQ. I've seen it. It's a lovely lovely board with all the history of 29 Squadron, which is absolutely amazing. They even had Guy Gibson before he was a wing commander. That's why I didn't say Wing Commander Guy Gibson. He was flying with them as a night fighter in the B fighter. I know, had 4 aerial victories with 29 Fighter Squadron. That's right, they were a fighter squadron. Their nickname, as far as I know, are the Buzzards, and they do have a large buzzard in there. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Ted, you look freezing, mate. I know, Ted's shivering. You alright, Ted? Just hang in there, mate. Ted is actually shivering, everyone. No, it's me, is it? It's me. Ted thinks it's me shivering, and it's making him look like he's shivering. Well, no worries, mate. Right. Oh, what's this? What's Davey sent me? Davey sent me something. What's he got here? Oh, you got it. All right. Oh, it is. Look at this. Yeah, so that list that I showed you, yeah, man, yeah, that's cool. So they had RO, and then they must have changed it somewhere along the line. Nice one for that, Davey. Davey sent me a 29 Squadron RO. I don't know when they changed it to that BA to Z system, but there we go. It's hanging there, Ted. I think Ted's about to take off. I think. I don't know if, are you alright with that beret, Ted? Lots of support, Margot. Thank you very much for the super chat, Guards March. And Babs, that wind's come out. No, Babs, thank you for today as well. High five and a Guards March and a poor pump as well. Hang on a minute, Ted. Sorry, everyone. I've just got to help Ted with this. The flag is causing a bit of the Royal Air Force ensign. We'll have to do it without the flag, Ted. Otherwise, you are literally going to go sailing and take off. Babs, high five and a paw pump and a Guards March. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships today. David Duff, thank you very much for your 31 months membership. 31 months of education. Thank you, Guards March. Karen Glenn, thank you for your 35 months membership. Woohoo, nearly 3 years. Margot, thank you very much for the super. Guards March. Lorraine Pneumatic Ramblings, watching from the Orkney Islands. Guards March to you. Let the dragon roar. Gary, high five, thank you for that. Thanks for the super. Burger and a cup of tea for Ted, and also PTO please from Tom. That would be lovely. Well, Tom actually did a PTO with into the display. That was brilliant. Wee Stevie Boy, Guards March, thank you very much. Get Tom a cuppa and tunnocks. Jake Jackson with the carrots, always a pleasure. Thank you very much for your 37-month membership. Batter Purple, high five, thank you. Thanks for the super for a great channel. Dieter, high five, thank you very much. Thanks for the great channel, TCS, and a nice comments on my artwork, everyone. Brilliant stuff, mate. You are talented and keep it up. That's what it's all about. Dieter, thank you very much. Thanks for the great educations and answers. Nicholas, thank you very much. You're most welcome, Dieter. Thanks a lot for the super. Right, welcome. It's what we got here? So it's what we got? It's nearly 12 o'clock GMT. How we doing? Don't forget, we are Zulu. When you listen to ATIS, it's all done in Zulu. That's why I will deliberately flow in, put in some of that. Oh, what you got here, Davey? What's Dave sending me here? What you got here? Oh, you got another one. Wow, look at that. That's interesting, that one. Davey, what age is that? Because I'm very interested, because tell you what, Davey, I want to know when they included the buzzard and the eagle emblem. You've just shown me a mosquito, and I don't know if you've probably realised it already, but Davey's found some RO, Romeo Oscar, which was the markings for the 29 Squadron during the Second World War. Romeo Oscar, but this one you sent me, that latest one, Dave, has actually got the buzzard and the eagle. That's probably the earliest one I've ever seen. What age is that, mate? So that's on November Tango 582. That's a good one. Oh, I think Davey's on the case. 1941. Really? 1941. So I don't often see Royal Air Force squadron crests and emblems on Second World War. I mean, yeah, you get the old artwork, the nose art, but that's probably the first ever squadron badge I've seen marking like that on a World War II aircraft. That's really interesting. Look at this. That's from, I don't know if you can see that, from 1941. You can see the buzzard and the eagle there. I'll tell you what, I have seen a depiction of that as an original artwork of a scene of aerial combat. It's supposed to depict aerial combat, and that's what makes it really, really interesting. That's cool, man. That I've never seen that before, ever. It's like if you have a look at some of the other squadrons, I've never seen their markings like that. It is, mate. Yeah, very awesome. That's pretty spectacular. Absolutely freezing. Oh. I hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears, and well, I'll just go and grab a quick bite to eat while I can. I'm just going to go and grab a quick bite to eat. I'll be right back. See ya. doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. You know how it is. Can actually hear the Typhoon spooling from the other side, actually. We don't have too long to wait as well. Whew. Definitely hear a typhoon spooling on the south side, so that's all good. Yeah, actually, someone's asked about the first ever squadron. Don't forget, things were in numerical ascending order. Same with everything, and this would be our first. There we go, look, that one fighter, first in all things as well, number one fighter. I know it's not related to Coningsby, but since we have the emblem there, they are actually based at RAF Lossiemouth, although don't be fooled, this is a jet that's just here with markings from another squadron, but it is today, as far as I can see, was operating by number 29 Squadron. But number one, and then obviously remember number 2 aeroplane company. We're talking about stations such as Lark Hill and Stonehenge Aerodrome, very, very common as well. And you know, we're talking about very early numbers between 1 and, you know, number 1 to number 11 as well, and even number 12, and then so on, 13, 14. All these squadron numbers were done in a form of fashion of organisation, formation, ascending order, and it was just like number 2 aeroplane company that became number 3. They changed names, they switched, which is why sometimes you'll see some saying that they were founded in 1911, and then another sources suggested it was 1912. Yes, there was a lot of name changes. It's a bit like the 495th, for example, started off as the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, then became the 88th. So the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron in 1941 of 15th of January, and then a year later in 42 became the 88th Bomb Squadron, and then Fighter Bomb Squadron, and the 495th, etc. So it's the same with here, because on the 1st of April 1911, the Air Battalion of the Royal Engineers was created, and that battalion consisted of 2 companies, number 1 company Air Battalion and number 2, and interestingly number 2 became number 3 Squadron, which we have here today. So they're the oldest squadron that we have here, all right, which same roots as number 1 fighter, the markings that we can see here. So it's quite amazing. But on the 13th of May 1912, the Royal Flying Corps of number 1 company Air Battalion was redesignated as number 1 Squadron. So you could say they formed in 1912, but I'd like to say their roots were kind of like 1911 in some ways, maybe more. Same with number 2 aeroplane company, or Air Battalion as well. So it's quite interesting when you look at it like that. And you know, we're talking about very old aerodromes. Even Leeming had a civilian. A lot of these would have been civilian. This is before the creation of the Royal Air Force. And the Royal Air Force established on the 1st of April of 1918. You know, if you want to go back in time, you know, 1912, we've got on the 13th of April, we've got the Royal Flying Corps, and I do have a cap badge of a genuine, and again, please don't, you know, if you are interested in buying things like this and investing in militarily, military items. This is a genuine Royal Flying Corps. This is before the Royal Air Force. This is when it was merged. So Hugh Trenchard put this together. The Royal Flying. This is a genuine. I've even got a sweetheart, a Royal Flying Corps sweetheart. But that's at home safe, because look at that. Look at this. Absolutely. This is genuine. And again, please go to specialists. Don't buy these things on eBay. I'm not saying eBay's bad. I don't want to say that, because it's just you are then going into a minefield of what is gen and what is not at the end of the day. You know, I go to a specialist, I go to antique shops and make sure that they are gen. Absolutely amazing, really is. And that's what they would have had. So I've got lots of stuff like this. I've got, you know, hundreds and hundreds of lovely items like that. I do have a United States Army Air Force version of that as well, but I'll show you that when we go to a US Air Force base. Keep it themed. Actually, from that time period, I've got this to show you as well, a medal from World War I. Look at that. Nice genuine medal. If I can just turn that round, you can see the back of it. Amazing, isn't it? Wow, I wonder whose that was. It's number 11. Markings. Again, this jet is in a pool where it can be used by other squadrons. Oh, Kevy H, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Okay, so we're just looking out for some canopies to open. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Good this bit. I'm all wrapped up. I look like I'm ready for a... Right, so it's nice and sunny, granted, but it's that real cold, icy, cold, easterly wind. It's pretty sharp, man. It's not very good. But how we doing? Hope we're all good. Hope you enjoyed Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation's display there, call sign Dragon 01. Absolutely brilliant. Also quite excited to see a design by one of our very own Spannerflight, who won the competition for the visor for this year's Typhoon display pilot. That was by Peregrine Bush. How you doing, man? Perez Matman Bush winning that competition. Well done. Looking forward to seeing that, knowing that you did it. So that'll be quite good. Looking forward to seeing that. So brilliant display. And it's kind of cool because I matched the thumbnail with today's weather. That looked quite good with the reheats and afterburners. But I'm just so with a lot of R's in it. Because of the wind. It's so annoying. Just I'd like to get you as smoother experience as possible. The wind is pushing me this side, so I'm like trying to battle it. And one of the worst thing is if you ever do photography or videography, constant wind is fine. So I you know, if it's constant, that's fine. It could be as bad as it wants to, and you kind of lean on it, and it just, when it stops, and it's like whoa, and then that's where you get a wobble, and it's so annoying. But hey, you know, things like this, it's like going to the gym and exercising. It's helping you become a better videographer or photographer, because at the end of the day, if you expose yourself in the elements, it's going to make you better in days like calm, moderate days. So that's how you strengthen yourself. You don't fight the elements, you work with it. So I guess it's going to make you a better videographer stroke photographer as well, because there is, you know, it might sound a bit crazy, but there is an element of photography in videography. It's how you frame it. I like to frame certain things. Sometimes at Lakeney, for example, you've got two going up on a performance takeoff, and I'll try a quick climb, and I'll try to keep one going up and one just taking off, just framing little, just certain things like that, which can make it a lot more visually satisfying. So there we go. But it is, once again, if you haven't realised, I haven't said this, it is absolutely freezing today. But my heat pad has saved the day. It is, I'm so good. It's I'll show you which one it is if you want to add that to your shopping list. Let's have a look here now. It is a Van Gogh heat mat. One of these, and it's got a little button here, different colours for different moods. Let's put it on green. Green looks good. Let's put it in green, and it is meant to be. Oh, here it is. Sorry, here it is. There you go. So if you want to add that, if you are going to buy one of these, right, here's a recommendation. Right, I'll tell you what, nice bit of shopping channel, right? It's this mat, and it is lovely, nice and warm. Okay, it's not like mega burning warm. But it's got some cool stuff. So it's got a little pocket, so you can put your power bank in there and hide it, and the cables. But one recommendation, I've not seen this before. I'm gonna turn it off for a minute. I've never seen a male USB. So what you want to do is to buy yourself a female with with the USB port to, you know what I'm getting at. I've never seen that version of a USB before, so you need to buy one of these female in to USB that way, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying. So don't forget to buy one, unless you've got a power bank that allows for that. So it's but hopefully we won't be needing this soon. Do you know what I mean? It's nearly May. We've only got a few more days left of May. Tomorrow, a little announcement for you. So this is what I'm planning tomorrow. All being well, gonna actually go and pay a visit to my friends at the 100th, because tomorrow, after a long time, we'll be finally going to Mildenhall. I've missed it too much. I'm gonna go to Mildenhall tomorrow. I've missed it. I'm gonna go and see my friends there at the 100th. Team Mildenhall, here we come. Right. It will be windy, but I don't care. I just want to go back there because I miss it. Yeah, it's you know, we used to go there quite a lot every week, nearly at some point. Don't know what it'll be like, but then that's what it is all the time here. But welcome to the show. Welcome to Coningsby, Ted's home, where it all began. And I just mentioned earlier about the Turner's lorry. It does bring back memories, because when I did my first video over there of Ted, oh look, it's a sales call. Hello. I should get Jens. Hello. 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 Oh, they hung up. I've said this. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for it. But next sales call I get, I'm going to put it on loudspeaker and get one of the bears to answer it and see how we get on. That'd be pretty cool. Anyway, how weird is that? I'm just literally getting my phone. When I did my first video of Ted, when I got him out and did the first video of the Typhoon coming into land, this Turner's lorry was approaching the lights, but they stopped just before the line, just so I can do my video. And you can see in the video it's a Turner's lorry. I wonder who it was, and little did they know that I'll be doing this every day nearly. Pretty amazing stuff, but hope we're all good. Anyway, listen, let us know your thoughts on the display today. It was absolutely cracking. It was nice. First time I've seen it go into actually, you know, take off into the display. That was good. First time I'd seen that. Which was quite amazing, very impressive. Some impressive flying, lots of circuits, and just hopefully we get a little bit more as well. Like I said, that could be it for the day. No one actually knows, but you know, we have had days like that before, where there was nothing in the morning and some in the afternoon, and vice versa. It's the way it is. But yes, must press on, must keep going. That's the way it is. That's the way we do things here. You know how it is. So let's have a look. What's going on over there? Now we're just hoping for the canopies to pop up. Yes, the Typhoon does have a horn. It is a canopy horn when it opens, which is quite funny, because I am that person that asked that question. What I'll do, I'm going to go and swap the mags over one last time. That should keep us going for a while. Last thing you want to do is I'll leave it on for a bit longer. Just had a question now. He's put, "Hi Ted, do you know anything, any Typhoons going up in the afternoon? Please read my pinned comment. Thank you, that'd be much appreciated. Thank you very much." Yeah, so for those asking about the heat mat, okay, so the whole point, right, so the whole point of that is to put it in your sleeping bag. That's what it's supposed to be for, right? And there's different colours, and the different colours actually mean how many hours. So you can leave it on for, I think it's 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9, I think. But just when you buy it, you'll see the instructions, and it comes with a nice little pocket to put the wire away, and you can put the power bank in. It just needs a power bank, and it will last you all day. It doesn't actually drain a lot on the battery. In fact, I can do a wattage check if you want to know how many watts, but it doesn't actually use a lot of wattage. Brent Mosley, how you doing? Silently Scoped, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Fritz, Andrew, Timmy, Piotrek, Alex, Babzar, Margot, the Purple Poacher, how are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Jay Jackson. else we got on here? Flying Duke, Vienna, Gary, JPG. If you're on here, give us an oi oi. If you're on here, oi oi. I'll put an oi oi to all of you. There you go, oi oi. There you go, how's that? Let's just oi oi the place. Let's do it. If you're on the chat, put oi oi. Just do it. Let's go. See what happens. Tosh, lurking as usual. Silently scope, loving it. Oi oi from Alex Raven. There you go, JPG setting it up. Look at that. Flying Duke with oi oi. Blocks, oi oi. Aspen, Fritz, Jakey, Vienna, Silent. Look, yeah, nice. That's what I'm talking about. Not Captain Vapor, oi oi. Tosh, welcome everyone. Susan Ploy. See what we got on here. Maybe there's names I haven't seen. You see, because I'm not always on the chat and I may miss it. Mediator, love that. Paul Electronics, Wigglesway, Andrew, AD, Gary, Pete Lawrenson, man, how you doing, my man? Climbing Mount Everest together, didn't we? Mind you, the real Mount Everest got a bit of an issue, hasn't it? It's got that ice cap that's 30-metre ice sheet that's blocked the view. And Dice, how you doing? Mark Stubbs, Untitled Wanderer, Arthur Jackson, Jakey's. I mean, it is 40 miles an hour, mate. Seriously, you know. And there was a really bad, bad collision today. Anyone know in the area that's tuned in North Kyme this morning? I was on my way here. I think it was about 7:30 in the morning. No, just before. Yeah, about that. Awful. Absolutely looked awful. Really, it did look awful. It must have just happened. It was not good. Sorry, Joanna Lumley. Ah, hello. Russell Moore, how you doing? Yeah, I can tell you now that was not 40 miles an hour. There is someone that's. I mean, I don't know what that is. I don't know what language that is it? Sorry, if your username is not in English, I'm not going to be able to. I'll tell you what, I'm going to put this into some sort of translator and scare myself. What does this mean? Here we go. Do I have a translator on here? I'm going to put this in. I don't even know what that means. What does Kadori mean? Oi oi Kadori. Is that how you say it? Is it Kadori? Kadori. Is that how you say it? Kadori? Hello? Oi oi. I don't know what language that is, but it looks Korean. Oh, hello. Hello, man. I love it. I love the horn on that. Right, I'm just going to have a look to see if we've got any canopies open. Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it, does it? Doesn't look like it at the moment. Let's have a look at these. I mean, that one's had its blanks on all day, isn't it? That one. Gary lot today. Doing oi to you. Question: where was first squadron based? Which aircraft did they use? Okay, right. So because they started out as an air battalion squadron, I think they were actually flying balloons first. Okay, they were flying balloons, and because number 3 squadron were the first to fly heavier than air, hence that third shall be the first. Okay, so I think number 1 squadron didn't actually fly the first heavier than air aircraft, but what I can tell you is that they were flying what the I think it's the Avro 504, if I remember that one. Yeah, Avro 504. I'm just trying to think. Hang on a minute. So I don't actually know where they were formed. Somewhere around right. This is a guess. I'm wondering maybe Lark Hill, Stonehenge, that Salisbury area around there. I don't actually know that answer to be honest. But I've got a funny feeling it's around that area. I think. I know about 3 Squadron. They were Lark Hill, Stonehenge Aerodrome. But they were flying balloons first because they were an air balloon company. Steve, the burger van, gone. So if you are making your way, Steve is now finished for the day. Just in case you're planning to have one of his delicious burgers with cheese. And welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at TED HQ where it all began. And tomorrow, you may have heard, we are going to Milden Hall. Oh, back to the hall.
I'm not jealous.
Yeah. Yeah, I've missed it. I've totally missed it, you know. So yeah, welcome to the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Hope we're all good and well. Actually got Flying Crow there, just gonna smack me in the face like it really did the other day. Just a quick one, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I don't want to be that person, but please do not feed the birds in this vicinity. It does attract them to stay around here, and of course, bird strikes can kill. So it is extremely dangerous, and it's something that there's actually signs at the Wave. Actually, I've not come across another airfield with it, but it's very interesting to see that. Just thought I'd bring that up. But they do like airfields, birds, because of the vast space, the amount of space they got. Which someone asked me that, why do birds seem to be attracted to airfields? Well, it is without doubt, and on a geographical point of view, one, you are almost, I think every single airfield is near farmland, which again, that attracts lots of birds anyway. But the good thing in some ways, not always, but it does kind of attract them to stay away. But due to the non-traffic that's going on, they do like to go onto the station because of the vastness of it all. So there you go. So it's something you're not going to win. It's something why we have an airfield wildlife control unit to try to, you know, control it, literally. Thank you, 1,000 likes, thank you very much. Right, while we wait, I'll do my whole history then, shall we? Give me a minute. Let's see what we got down here today. tell you what, coming soon, I've ordered a RAF Coningsby's first ever aircraft, Zulu November. Yes, I've got a Hamden on its way, ladies, gents, teddy bears. But thank you very much for tuning in. What I'll do, I'll try and make this a little bit brief, but in some ways entice the aircraft to start up. And welcome to Bomber County, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. I know, but it was also Fighter County back in the days, because although there wasn't actually a Royal Flying Corps, because we have been speaking about the Royal Flying Corps today, although there wasn't a Royal Flying Corps airfield here, the vicinity did have Royal Flying Corps stations as well. So Brattleby, if you know where that is, it's Scampton. That's right, it was called Brattleby first of all. But we are here in Britain's largest county, ladies, gents, teddy bears, with as many as 46 military airfields during the Second World War, with an average of just 7 miles between them. Off the top of my head, what have we got? We got Coningsby Satellite Station over there, which is Woodhall Spa. We got Metheringham, we got East Kirkby. Then from East Kirkby you got Spilsby. Further down you got Waddington. Then you had Colby Grange, so on and so on. They kind of get closer and closer together, which is quite spectacular. Really is. It's just remarkable how many airfields, several, and we are in England's second largest county. To give you an idea, there was, I mean, as a whole, during in England, in the UK, there was what, 600 military airfields at the end of the Second World War, for example. Roughly around 440 were Royal Air Force, 160 or so were United States Army Air Force. To give you a context of before that, there was just 27 airfields in 1924. All right, that's how many. So you can see how much the expansion really gave way. And of course, with Britain being the next target after France falling, it was only a matter of time. And so many of the airfields were recalled for expansion in 1935, and military airfields began to rise again, and the threat of another war sadly became a reality as well. And you have to think of aircraft during the time of prior to 1936, because it was indeed 1936 that Bomber Command formed, and it didn't come very quickly, because the idea of the bomber getting through, the idea of bombing targets was a bit of a grey area, because you had to kind of justify that. But then while Hitler was running wild, it kind of made sense that, hey, you know what, we better start thinking about it. Grass runways were easy to pop up. Airfields did have grass runways. It wasn't until December of 1940 that they decided that, hey, hang on a minute, grass runways are great. Okay, here's the benefit of a grass runway. If it gets bombed, just find some stretch of grass that you can take off from. It was easy as that. It was simple thinking. However, perils are the drainage as well, because of course we are quite a wet country. Airfields such as RAF Upward absolutely was suffering with flooding and drainage issues, becoming waterlogged, that they couldn't even train or even function operationally. So it was actually quite a dangerous thing. So from December 1940, anything that was proposed after that, especially for heavy bomber use, was to have hardened runways, and especially the Class A configuration. Why a Class A? The letter A, that classic configuration, and you can even see it on Google Earth. You can have a look at some of our existing airfields, but you can see where the original one. We're actually stood on a hard stand right now. There's another hard stand over there. Probably, I don't know if you can see that. There, actually, right there. There's a circle there. Aircraft would have been turning around there. Another one over there. You can see it all. It's pretty spectacular. Class A runways give you 6 directions of travel. If your runway gets damaged, you can use another stretch of runway. You use one of the other runways. Real strong crosswinds, you can use the other runway, and so on and so on. Runway numbers didn't actually come into effect until around UK. This is till 1943, which is quite interesting. Before that, on grass runways, they had that the T. They had the little T square, the little T bar, which pointed in the direction that you take off from. Simple but effective, right? So there we go. But the plans to build Coningsby didn't happen until 1937, but when it was finally built on the 4th of November 1940, it was ready to operate with its grass runway. One of the things I may point out, construction of a whole airfield establishment takes about 18 months from build to having your first operational squadron. The other thing to look out for as well is any obstacles in the surroundings as well, such as, I don't know, rock formations. And actually that might sound silly, but there is a scenario in Yelverton, ex-RAF Harrowbeer, that had the Yelverton rock. In fact, all the houses had to be trimmed. Could only be 1 story high, but that's another story. So this was ready 4th of November 1940. First residents were 106 Squadron with Zulu November marked Handley Page Hampden bombers. Let's have a little look at you. And this will probably be the last time we're going to see this one, because I've ordered a RAF Coningsby one with Zulu November. And I cannot wait to see that. Really cannot wait. What? Pretty cool, right? Where were we yesterday? Marham. And I showed you the Wellington bomber. And these come out on air specification, Air Ministry, B9/32. All right, so it come out in 1938, both of them, and it's quite interesting that two companies got the go-ahead, same specification, but they couldn't have looked any different. The Handley Page went for the boom, very claustrophobic boom fuselage of just 1 meter. Yes, it had funny nicknames: the Flying Tadpole, the Flying Suitcase. I mean, if you've ever been in a Lancaster bomber or B-17, is quite claustrophobic, but to have 1 meter, that's a bit emotional. There was nothing special for the crew inside here, by the way. There were no facilities. I'll let your imagination run wild on that one. No armoured protection, nothing, just good old bit of metal, let it fly. This one's obviously needs a bit of repair. It could take 4,000 pounds of bombs. They even made a torpedo bomber version of this as well. About 200 it was quite nippy, really, you know, in excess of around 240 miles per hour as well. Actually made its debut operationally, 49, RAF Scampton, and this, just like the Wellington, which was the other company that was made in this Air Ministry specification, the Wellington you didn't really find over this side, over Lincolnshire. It was the Hampden that was dominating the skies, and the Wellington was more Ely, Cambridgeshire, Norfolk, Suffolk, around those areas as well. So 106 came here with this. They arrived on the 23rd of February of 1941, so a few months after the airfield was opened. They went on their first ever mission on the 1st of March of 1941 into the 2nd of March. That was their first mission. All Hampdens came back successfully, no problem, but the second raid, the night after, so the 3rd into the 4th of March, sadly it was X3002 that was to be Coningsby's first ever loss, and the loss of all 4 of their crew. It was a crew of 4, and that was Coningsby's loss. And in fact, 106 Squadron ended up having the worst Hampden Squadron for percentage of losses. So that wasn't a great thing to have. I'll be right back. Ted's flag has gone. One sec. Ted's flag has gone in the wind. I just realised I need to change the mags. I'll be 1 second. Sorry about that. 2 seconds. I'll be back on with the history. I'll make it snappy this time. Mind you, I keep saying that, I get a bit excited. Yeah, I can't wait to show you the new Hamden I've got coming. Sorry about that. Part 2 continue with RAF Coningsby's history. So I do apologise there. Let me get you that hand in again. So yeah, how amazing, and I cannot wait to show you the Hamden in the RAF Coningsby's 106 squadron markings. That's going to be pretty cool. I really can't wait to show you. But the Mark, when the Hamden come out and the Mark 1 Wellington, it was really interesting to point out the bridge to having 1,000 horsepower engines. Okay, because prior to that, one of the Air Ministry specifications was to have a more powerful engine. I mean, we're talking about the Rolls-Royce Kestrels, like what, 650, Goshawks. They wanted something 1,000 horsepower more. So, you know, they did, and it was indeed the Bristol company. It was the Bristol Pegasus engines that delivered the power to both the Hamden and the Wellington bomber on the Mark 1, because indeed the Wellingtons ended up having a Mark 2, which wasn't too good with the Rolls-Royce Merlin, but they ended up having the more powerful Bristol Hercules. But these were kind of phased out because of course we started to have the Sterling, you know, and then they tried to bring out the Manchester, which, you know, ended up being the Lancaster and then the Halifax, etc. But max speed, we're talking about 247, you know, service ceiling of 19,000 feet on the Hamden, and made its operational debut at RAF Scampton, and it was 49 who received the first ones, and also 83 as well. But anyway, enough about that, back to Coningsby as well. So yeah, 106 Squadron were joined by another squadron a month later after their arrival, and that was indeed number 97 Squadron, who arrived with the ill-fated Avro Manchester. There we go. So the 15th of March, 106 joined by 97 Squadron. Now they had Oscar Foxtrot on their Manchesters. Now let's have a look if I've got a Manchester to show you without it getting blown away. That will be a mission. Do you think I can do that? I can try. I will do my best. I think I can do it. Oh yeah, here it is. So normally I'd show you a Lancaster, but so there's our Manchester Echo Mike. Now here we would have had Oscar Foxtrot for 90. This is a brilliant book, absolutely brilliant. If you want to know what one it is, I don't know when this come out. It feels like a very old book indeed. Maybe we can find out somewhere when this come out. Don't know when, but it's an amazing book, by the way. It's got some fascinating stuff It even has Coningsby's 106 Squadron Hamden somewhere. There we go. This is what it would have looked like. Not the best photo to show it off, but a little mishap there. So Zulu November. Again, you can see that real narrow boom fuselage there. But anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. At least you got to see what it looks like anyway. But yeah, I'll tell you what, I won't go into too much detail, but because I've got a funny feeling they will be starting up very shortly. But the Manchester ended up becoming the Lancaster for a lot of reasons. See, there you go, startup. Because it kept getting grounded. In fact, 106 Squadron were going to convert to the Manchester, but before that they used to go out on their own because 97 Squadron's Manchesters were grounded for the same reasons as the problems that it was having. A couple of things to note about RAF Coningsby's 106 Squadron. They did have a new wing commander, just 23 years old. You may know him, or the name at least. It was indeed Wing Commander Guy Gibson. So Coningsby still had grass runways, and they were going to receive the Avro Lancaster. And what happened is that Coningsby ended up having a satellite station, Woodhall Spa. So for those that don't know, so while they were going to transition to the Lancaster, they were actually operating their Lancasters at RAF Woodhall Spa, which was built in 1942. So Guy Gibson was the youngest wing commander of the Royal Air Force, and not many took a liking to that, but he himself, because of the way he was, got to where he did. He became so well known and didn't like desk jobs that he got himself back into flying, and he ended up being the wing commander here for 106 Squadron. Now, Coningsby's grass runways were not suitable, of course, for the Lancaster, which they were going to transition to, which they did, but operating from their satellite station. So the station closed in 1942, September 1942, up until August 1943. Now, a couple of new aircraft for you. I'll try and make it as quick as possible. While the station was closed to have its new runways built, the Class A configured runways, so 3 runway strips, it was indeed the Avro Anson that was used with a beam approach training flight, number 1418. They were here with this, which was kind of cool, isn't it? So they were using the Avro Anson. Beam approach is very early ILS, basically. All right, so there was also an Airspeed Oxford as well that was here. So we had Avro Ansons here. Anyway, when the station was fully complete with its new runways, it was indeed the Avro Lancaster that arrived, and that was with well, it doesn't really need a lot of an intro, does it, the Lancaster? It's very famous for what it is. And it was 617 Squadron that arrived here first with the Lancaster. Now, what happened to the other squadrons? Well, 97, they ended up obviously at Woodhall Spa. 106 Squadron did go to Syston and was supposed to come back here, but ended up at RAF Metheringham. Now, if you go to Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, you'll see that it has Zulu November on their buildings, which of course is the markings for 106 Squadron. So how cool is that? So 617 Squadron were here first to operate with the new runways. And they actually, sorry, 1514 beam approach. I said 1418, it's 1514. 1418 was a Mosquito, special Mosquito bombing unit at Marham. Sorry about that. 1514 beam approach. So yes, it was 25th of August 1943, Coningsby was back, but 617 Squadron stay was not very long. They actually swapped with 619 Squadron. So 619 came from Woodhall Spa, and came here, and 617 went to Woodhall Spa, so they had a bit of a swap. There were plenty of other Lancaster Squadrons here as well. Number 61 was here also as well, and Coningsby also took part in D-Day operations as well. They went on a bombing raid. A very famous story is, of course, Wing Commander Jimmy Carter, and it was indeed 97 Squadron that actually took off from here. 97 Squadron were also operating here as well with Lancasters, and sadly they were to become one of the first ever RAF losses of D-Day, including Wing Commander Jimmy Carter's Z Zebra flight. So Oscar Foxtrot, and it would have had a Z on the flight number for Zebra. Sadly, him and 3 other Lancasters, so total of 4 from Coningsby's Lancasters, all lost, and that was claimed by Eberspacher, who was a very experienced Wilde Sauer pilot as well of SKG2, who was left them no mercy. And I've always said the moon can be your friend, but it can also be your enemy. So there we go. Coningsby also saw Mosquitoes operating from here as well. So we had our Mosquito in 1944-45. We started to have Mosquitoes operating here. Now, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, I think after his tour, I think he spent some time in Canada, was given a bombing mission to do, and he was supposed to get a Mosquito from here, and for whatever reason went to Woodhall Spa, and ended up getting KB267, and they weren't sure why he used that one, but he did. And sadly, on the 19th of September of 1944, that was the last time anyone had ever seen him and his navigator was seen, and obviously their Mosquito was sadly seen in flames over Steenbergen, crashed into the forest there, and that was the last anyone had ever seen of him. So rest in peace, Wing Commander Guy Gibson. He had 4 aerial victories as a night fighter with 29 Squadron, was given the Wing Commander role at just 23, led 617 Squadron. Coningsby's Mosquitoes were soon to be replaced in 1950 with the Boeing Washingtons, that's right, which are B-29s. I do have one, but I haven't got one on me right this second. We'll skip that one. Also, 1953 saw Coningsby have its first ever jet aircraft. It was indeed the English Electric Canberra. How cool is that? And as I mentioned earlier today, we went from English Electric Canberra, but that too needed replacing. And then sadly, we also had Lincolns as well. Need to find out a little bit more about the Avro Lincoln that was here. We did have Lincolns here as well. And in 1962 to 64, we also had Avro Vulcan here until they went off to Cottesmore as well. Thanks a lot for that, Davey. I'll have a look at that at Binbrook, KB267. And that was, there are pieces of KB267 that had been brought back. Binbrook Heritage Centre. Wow, I'll have to have a look at that. So we had Vulcans here as well, just for 2 years, but it was time for Coningsby to say goodbye to the Canberra and the replacement for the Canberra, because the Canberra replaced the Mosquito and the Canberra was about to be replaced by the legendary, which didn't happen, was the TSR2. That didn't go ahead. I won't go into detail because we'll all get upset about it. The next option was to purchase F-111K aardvarks, like the F-111 aardvark. The K was the designation for the Royal Air Force. However, something happened to the market, and although they were going to be 5 million a unit of these F-111, I think about 50 were ordered, okay, and something happened to the market, and it ended up being 9 million per unit, which is a lot of money if you think about it. We're talking about very late 60s into the 70s potentially, so very late 60s. So that's almost double. So that got scrapped, and I'd seen Davey's probably going to send me a photo in a second, and it's amazing to see these F111K with RAF roundels on it, nearly complete. That didn't go ahead, but it was decision time, and Coningsby received. Okay, it's a little bit different to this because this is not a Spey engine one. For those eagle-eyed would notice that the fuselage is a little bit different. In 1969, Coningsby received its first sort of fighter jet, which was the Phantom, the Spey engine Phantom, Rolls-Royce Spey, and it was number 6 Squadron, the flying can openers that came here, which set the mood and set the scene, and literally an end of an era for Coningsby in its bomber role, because that was it. It was done with the bomber role, and from 1969 it was literally fighter town. So from then on, we started to, later in the 70s, they were operating well until 77. Most of them either disbanded. There was also 29 fighter. There was 41. They all went to Wattisham, and then Wattisham played the QRA role. But during that time, we did have Harriers and Jaguars with number 41 Squadron as well. 1973, just to put this in, 1973, the Battle of Britain flight, based in Norfolk at the time, Coltishall, they received the Avro Lancaster, and that got the name Battle of Britain Memorial. They added Memorial to the flight, and then 3 years later they came here. So 1976, just before the Phantoms left, the Battle of Britain Memorial flight made Coningsby its home, so therefore we have Bomber County again, right? So just thought I'd throw that in. And then as we got to 1984, we started to have the Tornadoes, and then in 2003 at Walton Aerodrome, number 17 Squadron stood up to become the first ever Typhoon Squadron. 29 were chosen to become the OCU. So on May the 19th, 2005, ladies, gents and teddy bears, number 17 Squadron in 2005 arrived with this. Now 17 Squadron are still flying. They're in Edwards Air Force Base in America. They're a test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B. Thanks a lot, Davey, just sent me the photo. So that was it, and here we are now. And then maybe in a couple of decades time I might be able to show you the replacement. You never know. It's the way it is. It's the way it is. So that I made that as a lot quicker than I normally do, put it that way. Right, let's go and have a look at the action. There's quite a few Thunes in there, isn't there? Thanks, Davey. That's amazing. Wow. F111K, look at that. Amazing. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We've got a few startups. I hope you've enjoyed today, so we're going to just catch a few more departures and we'll be departing as well. Lots of them starting up now. It's sounding good. You're right there. Yeah, sure is. Yeah, it's been pretty good. Yeah, very good. enjoying the show, it's time to ride part 2, and this is where we'll just catch the wave of departures and then depart ourselves. So a great way just to see off the day, and it's only Tuesday. We've still got tomorrow, Thursday and Friday to go. It sure does. Take care. Tell you what, we're trying not to get people's faces in it. Check this out, this is pretty cool. These are available online, by the way. Check this out, man. Oh yeah. Cool, we have 2 different styles to choose from. And you can actually move Ted about and the letters come separately, etc. on that kit. So we do a full car kit. Oh yeah. Sounds like a few more startups as well. Go, another startup. There we go, plenty. It sounds like they're all started up. Whistling startup, wonderful. how you doing? Oi oi, Alex Raven, Noxie-ish, Dieter, Margot, Davey, Gary, Eagle, Darren Harwood, get well soon, Alex Black Cat, Stephen Mould, what up? Aspen, what up? Blocks. Don't forget, we've got lots of new lines coming to the store. There's already a new t-shirt, a new hoodie. It's time. Harrison Neal, wherever you are. I see you, how you doing? All right, yeah. Thank you very much. To your left, what up? Lady Alvin, how you doing? Eagle. It is now a sunny day. The wind is actually just calming down, but I don't know if it's warm because of the heat pad that I've got. I'll tell you what, much recommended. LJ approach, what's going on? We go. And there's a Typhoon playing hide and seek at the minute. You'll know what I mean. There we go. The dihedral star wings. Here come 41 Squadron. Seek and destroy.
Squadron. Send it.
you all enjoyed that. Synchrotones. Margot, yeah, we didn't get a performance takeoff. Bev 2810. Hope your mum had a good birthday. Dieter, Mayhem Marshy. Musicals Mexican assistant, all to you. Sharon Pilkington, how you doing? David B, the Typhoon has 11,000 pounds of internal tanks. There was about 8 of them. So just before we finish, let me just establish if this is just a... I think this could be just a... yeah, no, this ain't going anywhere. This is a test, but there is another one in there. That looks like that could be going out, that one there. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I've warmed up. The wind is still surprisingly cold, but I'm a lot warmer now, especially with the sun out. Looking forward to tomorrow, going back to somewhere where I've completely missed very much, but it would be good to get back. That's Daniel Roberts, oi oi to you. Dieter, Alex Raven, how's it all going? Trying to establish if this is, I mean that one there to the left, this one, that's not going anywhere, but the one now centre of the screen, I think it is. So one more, to leave the floor would be nice. Phantom Fixer, no I haven't, but I've been in 2 of them. I've sat in two Typhoons, but not actually flown in one, no. I'm not going to say no. There's another startup there. And don't forget you need 2 of these to make a whole Typhoon. So don't forget it's 1 whistling sound per engine. So engine 1 starts first and then engine 2. Wait for the lights to be in the green and you're all good. There's the other one. Listen to this. And another one. Getting quite a few startups, Teddy. Dieter, thank you very much for the super. Guards March, thank you again. Sharon Chapman, how you doing? Member for 19 months. Congratulations. Anniversary PTO, pretty please. I know, we'd love one as well. And Ted says thanks for the tattoo you've got. He's quite honoured. Harrison Neal, Guards March. To your left, thank you very much. Guards March to you. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super as well. Guards March. Aaron H1, 21 months. Congratulations, all you've got to love a TED HQ stream, absolutely. Had a number of startups, so let's see what we're going to get. I've had to put Teddy's flag away as it actually took off. I had to go and get it midstream, but there we go. Enjoy, Joanne Hughes Nasher. Thanks a lot, Phantom Fixer, that'd be great. They do a 2-seater, so they do a family version Typhoon. There is a 4-seater Typhoon, the world's only 4-seater, which we've seen here once. It takes 2 humans and 2 bears. I never knew who that little bear was that went with Ted. That was lovely, that was a great day. we go. Sounds like we've got a... How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Here we go. I think we've got another family version Typhoon coming out. I think that's a family version. Is that a family version? It is, yes. So another departure, Triple X, 29 Squadron. It'd be our last departure, I think, of the day for us anyway. Here we go. Another Triple X flight. Here we go. done. And do you know what? It feels like we've had a full-on week already. Probably because I've been to Holbeach Beach and Marham in one day yesterday, but there we go. So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, we are done. It's mission complete. Day 2 done. And I hope you've all enjoyed today. It's been really good. And as we always do, RAF Coningsby, thank you very much. Especially being a QRA station. A big shout out to all those in QRA. That's here, RAF Coningsby, RAF Lossiemouth, and of course 1435, RAF Mount Pleasant as well. And of course those that monitor the skies with Nats, and that's RAF Bulmer, Swanwick and High Wycombe as well. And don't forget Bryce Norton, who will also scramble a Voyager as well. Right, I think we're done, Ted. Okay, mate. Right, my name's Nicholas. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, and I hope you've enjoyed today. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, or wish you well. Take care, everyone. See ya. Hit the button, Ted. Hit the button.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join